Um, I kind of had a question, but this whole I was talking with somebody, and they had said that they don't have to keep the law because John the Baptist wore a dress, and it just made I didn't when they said it,
When?
I didn't. They were saying that he wore a mantle, and I don't know. I went to go look it up, the definition of what a mantle is, and I don't know. It kind of confused me a little bit, just a little bit, but I'm guessing a mantle is with the I don't know. I'm not sure.
Uh, hey, hey, how do people be coming up with like they be, they be coming up with that's Shamir. Go ahead, go ahead. You breaking up bad. Can y'all hear him?
No, he breaking up real bad.
Okay, okay. Well, I was gonna say, how do people be making up statements or coming up with statements and they ain't got no proof of where they got it from? I just like, hey, BWI. You ever seen those people on YouTube or like on your social media? They be like, "Don't eat this. This is bad for you," and they show you all the list of reasons what's wrong with it. And then you be like, okay. And then next thing you know, you be like waiting for them to give you like an alternative. Hey, don't eat Doritos because they got dye, they got artificial flavor, they got this, they got that. And you be like, okay, cool. So what's the alternative? They never give you the alternative. They just say, hey, this is bad. But they don't never try to offer a solution on what else to eat.
No, you're right. I definitely be hearing that. But
So
could somebody like let me know about this? This John the Baptist wearing a mantle or dress thing?
A mantle is just a outer garment. It's just an outer garment
yeah.
covering. It's a simple. It'd be the same thing as a cloak. That's all. It's not a dress. I'm not. Whoever said that is just. I just oblivious to what the word means. But that's just a dumb argument. By definition, a mantle is not a dress. It's a covering for your inside. It'd be essentially today a raincoat. It'd be the
Mm-hmm.
equivalent of like a
Oh,
poncho.
okay, okay,
It's a
okay.
covering. You got clothes on. You used it to cover. That's it. It's a cloak or a cover. It's not a dress. It's not. It's nothing to go. I mean, it's it's no scripture to go to. It's just it's an outside
Oh,
covering.
I ain't
Yeah,
never heard that before. I
yeah,
never ever heard nobody say that to me, and it left me at a point where I just let them talk. I didn't even, you know what I mean?
yeah.
It's
It's a
stupid.
dumb thing to say. It's like you know how usually people have well today, I try to make an equivalency. Today we got the ponchos that you put over. Obviously, it wasn't made out of plastic then. It was made by whatever skin of an animal it was that we used. But essentially something that draped over you to kind of protect you from the elements as walked about doing your travel, protect you from the sun, the rain, and so forth, to cover the clothes that you got on. So just like you put a poncho on to now, how it drapes over your shoulders, kind of drapes over your arms and so forth, and cover the majority of your upper body and some of your lower body to protect you from the elements. You know what I mean? That essentially be it. So
It's
I
almost
crazy.
can
like
honestly say,
it's
I can
almost
honestly
like
say,
what it's almost like what Shamir had on. Y'all can't see that full picture he has, but it's like a big old coat like he got on that picture. The guy who you know like a big old leather coat, like what he has on. Now
And
I'm not saying it was leather, but I know it was a big coat.
it would have been. It most likely would have been leather because it would have been the skin of whatever animal.
Yeah.
Like so, it'd have been sheep's leather or whatever cattle
hmm
leather it was that you had. So yeah,
hmm Yep. Uh. Yeah. Okay.
Hey King,
Well,
I forgot to ask you this. How's your back?
still hurts.
Yeah, yeah. I know the feeling.
Well,
Uh, say it again.
I said sword, like it's sword.
Yeah, just make sure you stretch.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, sir.
What am I listening to right now?
Oh God, I'm gonna
Two
mute up.
two brothers, having a conversation.
What am I listening to right now?
Hey, get that in Sirach 45 verse 6. Read that.
The book of Sirach, chapter 45 and verse 6.
Uh-huh.
He exalted Aaron, an holy man like unto him,
Uh-huh.
even his brother of the tribe of Levi.
Right. Hey, BWI.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what tribe was do you know what tribe John the Baptist was?
I'm not 100% sure.
Also, just real quick. Also, just real quick. So I want you to think of this too. Uh, I just want you to think of this. Get Acts chapter 10, and I think it's verse 9 or 10.
Acts chapter 10. Acts chapter 10 and verse 9. On the morrow, as they went on their journey and drew nigh unto the city, Peter went up upon the housetop to pray about the 6th hour.
Mm-hmm.
And he became very hungry and would have eaten. But
Mm-hmm.
while they made ready, he fell into a trance.
Mm-hmm.
And he saw heaven open, and a
Mm-hmm.
certain vessel descending unto him, as it had been a great sheet knit at the four corners, and let down to the earth, wherein were all manner of four-footed beasts of the earth, and wild beasts, and creeping things, and fowls of the air.
Mm-hmm.
And there came a voice to him, Rise, Peter, kill and eat. But
So
Peter,
he said, "Rise, kill, and eat." Read.
verse 14, but Peter said, Not so, Lord, for I have never eaten anything that is common or unclean.
So for Aaron to be wearing a dress, you would be saying he be breaking the commandments. You get what I'm saying? So you
Oh,
know it
yeah,
wasn't
I
no.
get it.
No, I'm just saying. You said you was confused.
The only
I
reason
would
why
have
I
been
got confused because when I looked up mantle as the
yeah,
definition, it
yeah,
does say women. It says
right,
for women on
yeah.
there. That
So
was the only
it
reason
was
why.
you know that was wrong then.
Yeah, for sure. I knew it was wrong. I just didn't have enough to
Yeah,
actually go back with him and
yeah,
talk about it. You know what I mean?
yeah. That have been you. Aaron did not break. He did not wear dresses. They didn't wear the law. A man cannot wear a dress. They couldn't wear it. It was an abomination. He was a high priest. It would not happen. And if it did, God would have killed them. They was held to the highest of the law. The high priest, he had to go into the highest of the high and atone for people's sins. He would have died.
Right.
You know, I was saying that, and the reason why I got real quiet because he started bringing up Google pictures. Like he'll bring up a
So
picture of John the
I
Baptist
don't
with.
care about Google.
Yeah, they don't know
I don't care about
everything.
no Google. Like you can we talking about Bible, sir. You gotta bring up with the Bible. I don't care what the Google say.
Oh no, for sure. You know, I'm with
Yeah,
you on that, but you know, the
yeah.
Bible ain't gonna provide what they look like in there either. So
It does. I'm just using common sense. I'm just using common sense. You got to prove in the Bible that that's a dress. I'm telling you that that would have been sin. It's an abomination to the Lord. Straight up.
man, y'all know.
That proves right there it wasn't a dress because he would have got killed. But anyway, uh,
You know, Coons.
hold on.
Uh,
I'm still hold on. My bad, bro, because I'm people you cut me off a lot. I'm getting my swag back with this thing, and I'm not letting people cut me off no more. I just been doing it for the last couple of weeks. I've been letting it happen. I've been letting it happen. So the next sister that come up here, I feel sorry for you, cause that ain't gonna happen no more. I'm done with that. I tried. Uh, I tried. All right, read it. I forgot what I was gonna say, man. No, man, go ahead, bro. I forgot.
I was just gonna say, y'all got coons coming here every day to try to find a way to get out of not dealing with the law and the commandments. They find all types of ways. You know what I mean? So
Right. Hey, can we read that scripture? Uh, Sirach 45 verse 6. And then we got Marie up here. So, um,
Sirach chapter 45 and verse 6. He exalted Aaron, an holy man like unto him,
mhm.
even his brother of the tribe of Levi.
Right. So, John the Baptist would be a Levite, right? Now, watch how they, watch what they wore. Watch this.
Verse 7. An everlasting covenant he made with him, and gave him the priesthood among the people. He beautified him with comely ornaments and clothed him with a robe of glory.
So, yeah, jury on, his long robe. Let's see. We,
He put upon him perfect glory and strengthened him with rich garments, with breeches,
with what?
with breeches.
With breeches. What are those? Pants. So, even if he had a mantle on, he still had pants under his garment. It's like show enough and King was bringing out earlier. You know,
Bro, it wasn't a dress.
it was
It wasn't and like he had a dress on. He put some pants under the dress. It
no, no.
was. It was no. It was like like how our garments are.
Yes, that's what
Our
I'm saying.
garments
Yes,
open. How they opened and not. It was not a dress. It's like a sleeve. You could put your arms through it.
yes.
It's not a dress.
So
You know what I'm saying?
he wasn't
It
wearing
was
a dress,
not a dress.
right? So
And all the context that you read about mantle in the Bible, except for one, right? The majority of the context, and I think that's Isaiah chapter 3, but the majority of the context when you read in the Bible about a mantle is for a man and it's the equivalent of a cloak. A mantle is a cloak. That's what it is. There's nothing obscure about it. Modern definitions, I know what you're speaking about. It says it's an outer covering. It says primarily, predominantly it pertains to women, but predominantly does not mean all the time. And through the context of the scripture, the majority of the time in which mantle is used is in reference to men. And as King just stated, for a man to wear a dress would be a sin. And all the men you wear, you read about wearing these mantles are all men of God. Except for one. One man got covered with a mantle, but he was wicked, and he was a heathen. But essentially, when you read it, it's talking about a cloak. Yeah, somebody just posted a definition. That's exactly what I said earlier. A kind of cloak or a loose garment to be worn over your other garments. It's an outside covering. That's what it is.
appreciate y'all brothers clearing that up. You know, I definitely learned not to go back and forth with everybody about this Bible stuff. Kind of just let people just believe what they want to believe for the most part.
Yeah, that's why it's important that we just focus on us growing. Shamir, I keep seeing you on mute. I think you wanted to say something, but we just never hearing nothing from you, bro. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if it's you.
I think he in a bad area.
I got you. Yes, sir. All right, I'll mute up. But yeah, no, it's not. It's not. It's not a dress. It's crazy what people say, man. Like, what would be the point of even saying that? So you could commit sin now? Yeah. Well, he had a dress on, so. So his purpose of saying that is saying so now that means we can break the commandments. I mean, he broke the commandments, so that means we can do it too. That's
Basically, yeah.
yeah. It's a dumb argument, boy. Christians don't want to follow the Bible, do they? Oh well. All right, we got Marie. I had to come inside for a minute anyway. My phone was about to die. Man, oh man.
Mm,
All right,
mm.
Marie.
Okay, I just had a question as far as the topic is concerned, and how would you relate, put wisdom and being discernible together?
Being what?
Discernible,
You know, to be able to discern between
Oh,
the
yes.
situations. Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing that we've been saying, in knowing what it is, and then the application thereof give you the ability to be able to discern between good and evil, right? Can you read that for in Hebrews chapter 5? It comes from your time frame of applying the scriptures, and you growing in wisdom and understanding to be able to see what's right and what's wrong. You know, read,
Uh-huh.
read that for reader.
Start with verse 1.
No, Hebrew. Oh
Hebrews.
wait, 5. Well, I think it was 13, ain't it? Or something like that.
Yes, sir. Hebrews chapter 5 and verse 13. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe.
Right. It says, anybody using milk, you're unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. Right. When we first coming into this truth, we got to make sure that we're listening and getting ourselves built up in the understanding of the scriptures, how to judge matters, what's right, what's wrong. You gather all this stuff up in your youth. Continue to read.
But strong meat belongeth to them that are full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised
Right.
to
So
discern.
it says, even those who by reason of use have had their senses exercised. The way your senses become exercised is first by knowing what the wisdom is, obtaining it by the application thereof, and then it become exercised when you go through various situations after you have obtained said wisdom. For example, counseling a married couple about an issue that they may have, that's not something that you just come into the truth able to do. You may know precepts, but the wisdom behind it and how to discern between who's right and who's wrong in whatever situation, that comes from years of application, seeing this situation, seeing that, being able to discern this type of spirit. But why would you word it that way? Are you wording it that way so that way the full true picture of what's really going on isn't clear, so we can obscure the judgment and not give the right counsel? All that come from having your senses exercised. It's one thing to read the scriptures, get precepts. It's another thing to have been applied said precepts for a number of years, right? And a lot of times we get that misconstrued. A lot of brothers get that misconstrued. I know precepts, therefore I'm good to do this and do that. No, you're not. You know, People can darken counsel by words without knowledge. Just because you know a scripture does not mean that you're applying it in the right manner. Let's continue to read.
But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age,
Hmm.
even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
Right. In order to be able to discern between good and evil, you got to be able to have your senses exercised. That's what has to happen. The senses got to first be exercised. But before they can get exercised, as we stated earlier, you got to first attain unto it. So, a lot of people come in and say, well, my spirit saying that this person not right, or this not right, this not right. Well, not right according to what? Because we're not learned in the law. How can you say what's right and what's wrong without actually understanding what the law says? The first step is to understand the law and to apply it. And then we can start to worry about discerning between who's right, who's wrong in all these different situations. The easy way for discernment is the Bible says this. Anybody who does not do that is wrong, you know. But in order to do that, you got to actually know what the Bible says to be able to see between what's right and wrong. One more, I read this yesterday, Ecclesiasticus chapter 36. You can start at verse 18. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 36 and verse 18.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 36 and verse 18. The belly devoureth all meats, yet is one meat better than another.
Read.
As the palate tasted diverse kinds of venison, so doth in heart of understanding false speeches.
Right. You got to have a heart of understanding first before you're able to discern between false speeches. But that comes through having your senses exercised. A long time period of you actually applying God's law, seeing how people try to deceive, seeing how people try to get around what the Bible says, right? When you have your senses exercised in that manner, and then you'll be able to discern, between right and wrong. So it's the application of the law on our end, on our part first, and then it's a certain time of longevity that we have in practicing God's law for that discernment to be developed. Right? It's not something that we're born with. Some people say, well, I got the gift of discernment. No, you don't. You gotta be applying the law, understand the law in order for you to be able to discern something. Nobody was born understanding the law. So, all right. So, sis, um, you got any further questions?
No, that was just because as you guys were talking, I um I kept saying when it says wisdom, I kept saying, well, you have to be discernible. So I just wanted to be
Mm.
clear on that.
I got you. No problem. Yes, I mean, discernment is important. The primary thing that we got to start doing is the application of His law. In order for Him to rain down any spirit upon us, we got to first do what He told us to do. You agree with that, right, Marie?
Yes,
Okay. So let me ask
yes,
you. What would you say your denomination is?
I'm an Israelite.
Oh, you're Israelite? Okay, all praises. Just asking. Because usually I see Israel and all that, and I saw the red ticket. You must be new to the room.
Well, maybe about a couple of weeks, but I mean, I've been here and I keep coming back.
Okay, all praises, all praises. Have you had a chance to congregate with us yet?
No, I'm still waiting for an email.
Okay, all right. When did you send that
King
email out?
knows
So
who I am.
I got you. Yes, ma'am. When did you see him send the email out so we can see if we can kind of help move that along?
I sent it to biblicalsmoke@gmail.com.
Yes, ma'am. I said when.
I
Was,
sent my
was it?
phone number. I
Mhm.
sent, yeah, my location, everything.
Yes, ma'am. I'll say when. Was it a while back
When?
or? Yes, ma'am.
Oh no, I'm gonna say at least 3 or 4 times.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Well, I'll
So
try to.
I'm just watching the emails and trying to, waiting for it to come.
Yes, ma'am. I'll try to help follow up with them. Check your junk mail too. Sometime it diverts it to the junk mail for some reason. So check that as well to see if somebody responded to you as of yet. And if not, do you have our phone number?
No.
Okay, you ready for it? I'm gonna give it to you.
Let me get my pen right there.
All right.
Okay,
All right.
I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am. It's 855-484-4842. Now we got various different extensions. I'm not sure what state and city you're at.
I'm in New Orleans.
Okay, I don't know the extension to New Orleans. Um, no, let me see if I can look it up real quick. But you could just call that number right there,
Uh-huh.
and it'll take you to our main number, and then you can leave a message with just same information if no one answers. Because that number right there, without an extension, they get a whole bunch of phone calls all day long. Right now, I'm trying to pull
Okay,
up and see
that's
if I can.
headquarters.
Well, not necessarily headquarters, but that's just the main number. There are extensions to all the schools, even headquarters of the Mount Vernon. But give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can pull up the extension for New Orleans. Actually, it should be in the New Orleans YouTube videos in the description area. Let me see. That's not what I was trying to get. Oh yeah. No, 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 no. It's not giving me the drop down option. Oh, there we go. Boom. Find a school near you. So on Israelunite.org, there's a find school near you. section you can click, and so it's a little prompt at the top. You can put your continent, um, your country, and then the state that you're in, and it'll give you all of the POCs for that area. So for
Okay.
Baton Rouge, Lafayette, and New Orleans, the extension for New
I'm in New
Orleans.
Orleans East, yeah.
Okay, the extension for New Orleans is 7015.
Okay.
There we go. So it's 855-484-4842, extension 7015. And that'll get you to New Orleans.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. No problem. All right. All right. Well, you can stay up, Sister Marie, in case you got any further questions later on. We got Busara.
Yes, sir. It's Busar. Shalom. Most high Christ bless leadership.
Hey, shalom, bro. Most High Christ bless. What's happening?
I got a question. I'm gonna address the question of the room first. What is wisdom and how to obtain it? Wisdom is the understanding of the law and on how to apply it, and then study, applying, and praying. That's how you obtain wisdom, sir.
Right. Yep. Yes, sir. So what you got for us?
On biblical smoke earlier today, I was driving. I asked it in the chat. I don't even know if it was answered, but one of the leaders brought out this class on Islam, and it was saying that it was 12 Israelites who actually, I don't know, I might be butchering it, but it was 12 Israelites that actually helped put together the Quran with Muhammad, and it was an excerpt from the bishop class breaking it down, and it also was a mention of Deacon Athan with a good class on that as well. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Could you put the link, or could somebody send me a message with the link to them classes in the chat?
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the class in a second. I'll try to post it in the chat so you'll be able to come
Yes,
back
sir.
and look at it. Yes, sir.
All right, no pressure. That's all I had, officer. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. No problem.
All right, now.
All right. You. All right. All right. Who else we got up here? I don't know. Y'all see Zeph the same photo, man. That's what happened to old boy? That's crazy work. All right. Um, you up, Amos? All right. All right. Well, Ralph, you can take it back over. I had to let my phone charge for a little bit. I'm still grabbing some things, so I'm listening in case anybody come up with some smoke.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, sure enough.
Yo,
I've been, I've been, I've been working on my impression of you, man. And
impression
King,
on me.
yeah, and King. I think I got King down pat. I'm still working on you though.
Hey, let's hear King.
All right, here we got you. Hey, King, you might not. I, you can't make me laugh though. All right,
All right, yeah, just do it. Let me
okay.
hear.
All right, here we go. He be like, uh, he say, uh, he say, y'all not thinking. You know, it's frustrating. Like, where these people come from?
Now you
Yeah.
know King. Now you know King gonna beat your ass, right?
Hey, he be like,
Sometimes that's the cost of a joke. We just gotta weigh sometimes if it's worth it or not.
hey,
You know.
he said, I be trying. I be really trying. Hey, you can tell he be really in it. He be really into it. He be like, boy, I'm gonna mute my mic. That's hilarious. But I'm still working on yours. Yours a little different. See, you got that Alabama swag. I can't really,
I'm not from Alabama.
whatever, whatever it is, I can't figure it out yet. It's a breathing technique. You be like fizzy wizards and trickle practice. Matter of fact, I got one. Here we go. You be
Yeah.
like, you be like, man, I remember going to school as a little kid, and they had like a two restaurants. McDonald's and Arby's, and all the kids, for whatever reason, they chose Arby's. Uh,
That's the end of it.
you know, nah, I forgot the rest that you
That's
said,
when
man.
that's when my hatred of Arby's began.
Yeah, that's
I
what
got a
my hate.
long standing feud with Arby's. I mean, out of all the what group of kids you know, you get to choose between McDonald's and Arby's, and these niggas gonna stay Arby's. Like what? Who are these kids, man? Children of the corn, huh? The people under the stairs. You could choose. It's McFlurry's over there, and you said, "Nah, dog, let's go get a roast beef sandwich." I could punch you in your throat. This is crazy, man. Nah,
Uh,
we don't want no McDonald's. We want some Arby's. We don't want that. And I feel like
uh,
that's how all of them, everybody who did that, who went to Arby's, that's how you sound to me. I want that.
uh, oh man, I'm sorry. Hey, that was good, right?
Nah, I wasn't.
Okay, all right, whatever. I tried. Uh, so we got up here. Hey, who we got next? Hey, that was good, y'all. In the comments, that was good. All right. I just thought that was funny. I thought about y'all after the clubhouse went off. Uh, anyway, let's see who else want to come up, give their thoughts on the topic. Oh, we got somebody coming up. Momax.
I want
What up,
my
Momax?
thought.
Mom might as well be off today. You
Yeah.
No,
off work today?
I am off work today, and
Yeah,
I'm
she been up here all day long. Boy, I've been listening earlier this morning.
listen, show enough. I am so rusty. I need to clear my nerves. But yeah,
Momax.
okay. So the topic is what is wisdom and how to obtain it. Um. mm, So do I just say a scripture, or what do I say, Ralph? You know,
What
best.
what's your thoughts about it?
Okay. So my thoughts is. I always go to Wisdom of Solomon, but to
Don't
fear.
make this don't make this difficult.
Okay, I won't. What wisdom? Well, what is wisdom and how? Okay, wisdom is the fear. What is the fear of the Most High? Right?
Are you asking us, or you are you telling us?
Sure enough, I'm asking because I'm ready for the punch. So
What punch?
I'll be trying to uppercut people and put them in a headlock.
Not
But
y'all. Only
right,
people, nah. Only people I set up is people who come in here trying to come against the doctrine, And even I don't even do it to them immediately. It's after they become, when when they want to be contentious at that point. Where, but then I set people up, not y'all.
so did I have it right?
I don't know. I forgot what you said.
Okay, so wisdom is the fear of the Most High, and how to obtain it is to have an understanding of the scriptures.
Mm,
I'm going off of Wisdom Solomon 1 and 5.
okay,
That
I
might
can read it.
Yes, sir. The Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 5. For the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit, and remove from thoughts that are without understanding, and will not abide when unrighteousness cometh in.
So what about that? Was gonna tell us about the wisdom, sis.
Uh oh. Okay, so Wisdom is the fear of the Most High in its discipline. No, I don't. Okay, maybe I need to be taught.
Yeah, I mean, you're not like too far off,
Okay, so
you know. So
wisdom.
the wisdom and how you obtain the scriptures tell us that wisdom is the keeping of the commandments. Can you read that in Ecclesiasticus chapter 19 and verse 19 real quick?
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 19 and verse 19.
Uh-huh.
The knowledge of the commandments of the Lord is the doctrine of life,
Read.
and they that do things that please him shall receive the fruit of the tree of immortality.
Read on.
The fear of the Lord is all wisdom.
Right. So it told us what the fear of the Lord was in the verse prior. It was the keeping of the commandments. We should go various different places to show that the fear of the Lord is is the commandments of God. Continue to read.
The fear of the Lord is all wisdom,
Uh-huh.
and in all wisdom is the performance of the law.
You see that? And the way you obtain it is by performing the law. Wisdom is the law, but the way that we obtain it is by the practicing of the law that it told us to do. You know, it's one thing to have knowledge, it's another thing to actually perform what God said to do. You can't obtain unto wisdom if you don't actually do what it says, you know. So yeah, like I said, you wasn't far off. It is the fear of the Lord. Just the fear of the Lord is the keeping the commandments. A lot of these terms that we use are interchangeable. You know, they mean the same thing. So to fear God is to keep the commandments. The fear of God is the commandments. So, you know, what is wisdom? I mean, that's the commandments of God. How do you obtain it? Well, you apply the commandments of God. And when we do that, we got it. So you're not too far. See him on Max. You did good. And here you was thinking Ralph was about to put you in a headlock.
I heard my name.
Oh my God. I heard my name. You're not my dad. Hey man, one thing about tabernacles, bro, when you start like cleaning out your storage rooms and your sheds, you start finding all types of things that you've been looking for. I got all type of socket sizes over here for my ratchets and all of that. And when I say ratchets, I'm talking about an actual tool, you know, not hood boogers. But you know, you start finding all these things you've been looking for.
What kind of solar you got, showing up?
What kind of what?
What kind of solar you got?
Solar.
You taking solar with you? Solar panels and solar system.
Nah.
Come
I
on.
would I ain't even gonna say I ain't gonna say what I got because people gonna be like, well,
No,
I ain't
okay.
gonna even say what I got. You know what I mean? But we're gonna be all right. You know what I mean? We're gonna be all right. I remember years and years ago, I think my second tabernacles, don't fry me for this, y'all. I had an air conditioner out there in my tent, man.
What?
Yeah, we I set up a whole air conditioner out there. Man, boy, we were glamping.
But you ain't the only one. Everybody be having they AC units and they ice machines and all.
Well, back then, it was frowned upon. They were like, "Look at that
Yeah, it
brother!
was bad.
What that
It
brother
was
think?
bad.
Look at that brother!"
People had
I was like,
iron
man, I can't
boards.
call it, man, but I'm sleeping good. I know y'all sweating over there, but it feels good up over here.
Hey, if
Oh,
you in Oklahoma, oh boy, it's cold as hell out there.
oh yeah, man.
Oh
I
my
had
God.
heaters and all that. So the third year, I felt bad by having an actual air conditioner. So I made a makeshift air conditioner. Well, I had this the damn coolers with dry ice and regular ice in it, and I cut a hole in one side of it and makeshift one of those ultra tornado fans to blow the air inside of the cooler. But I cut a hole on the other side of the cooler with some PVC pipe, the wide PVC pipe coming out of it, so I can angle it toward us when we going to sleep. So it's not really an air conditioner. It's just ice with a fan blowing on the ice and keeping it cool where we was at. But I
Uh,
ain't doing that no more though.
last thing, show enough, and then I'm gonna mute my mic. Sisters, that what we be missing out on is how our men be doing courseless things. They just gigabytes doing shit. They, but that was neat. You cut a side out, right?
Yeah, man. It was.
Oh,
I
praise.
mean, it worked. But yeah, I ain't gonna do that no more. I threw my whole little setup away. I kept the fan though. You know, we will be having some fans up in there, and it probably be getting cold this tabernacle. I know last year tabernacle, man, it was cold, boy. You got one of them summer temps at tabernacle, you about to be hurting. I think a lot of people don't know the difference between a summer tent and all season tent, winter tent. You know, there are different types of tents, y'all. You can go get that summer tent if you want, and you going somewhere it's cold at. That's why I said they didn't know. You probably got a summer tent. If you do got a summer tent, one thing you can do, you go to Harbor Freight. They got these big old tarps. You can get one of those tarps, put it over your summer tent, nail it down. They'll keep the heat within there. Won't let the air from outside get in and start getting cold in your tent. You know. So if you have a summer tent that's very porous, it's not gonna keep, keep it warm on the inside. You go get a tent and throw it on the outside of it. Uh, I mean a tarp and throw it on the outside of the tent and nail it down. Yeah, it do be hot during the day, but you wait till about 1 o'clock in the morning and you shivering. Wake up with the flu.
Not the flu.
They say, can you tell the difference between a summer tent and a winter tent? Yeah, and usually it'll say on there. Most of the things you get, not most of them, but some of you get is for like most seasons. But by the material, that real thin material porous, where air can come in and come out. Some of it still keep the rain out, but it's very thin, so it's more breathable. You know, when it get cold at night, that air comes straight up through there. So yeah, if it gets super, super, super duper cold up in your tent, you probably got a summer tent. You know. And summer tents are okay. There's things you can do to um keep it warm. They have insulator wrap you can get that's pretty cheap. You can go to like Harbor Freight, they got like this insulator stuff. You can put it up against the walls of the tent. It'll keep the heat on the inside, the cold on the outside, you know. Those things work. Yeah, somebody said so bring a coat. Yes. Or you can sleep in your jacket. All these things work. Or you can just sleep in your jacket, you know. Get you a big uh bear hoodie or whatever and sleep in that. Yo, one of those cold conditioned sleeping bags. It'd be nice and warm inside your sleeping bag, but you ain't gonna never want to get out of it then. Cause it's gonna be warm on the inside, but your face can tell when you feel the air on the outside, your face can tell it's cold. You're not gonna want to get out. Now in the middle of the night, you gotta use the bathroom, but it's super duper cold. You don't want to get out of that sleeping bag. Whatever, man. It's still all good. It's all fun and games. Yep. Your tent usually have two temperatures, cold as hell or hot as hell. I mean, you got to choose which one you want. I buy extra walls. Trap for benefits. Tabernacle is the best. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We got that tabernacle coming. I got the chairs out right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know why I got so many chairs. I got 10 chairs. I got. But anyway, clean the chairs. Got them drying out. Pulled out all the tarps. Cleaned those off. The canopies, the tents, shovels, rakes, fishing rods. Check y'all stakes, those tiki torches if y'all have them. Also, Harbor Freight got these little path lights you can get. If you set it up during the daytime, it'll absorb the light from the sun for energy. So when the sun goes down, these things will glow up. So then you got light everywhere, and they're pretty cheap. You can use them year after year. free hack. You know. Also at this time, you know they celebrate got about to get ready to celebrate Wicked Christmas. So they got Christmas lights everywhere. You just get the plain white lights, the bigger bulbs, hang it up outside your tent. Boom, you got lights. So yeah. Yeah. You need a shovel, you need a rake, cause you never know. Depending on where your campsite at, you know, it might be harsh terrain. Could be rocks, stones, and all of that. Now you're trying to set up your tent over it. And then you end up walking in your tent barefoot. You step on one of them sharp stones. That's like the worst thing. Stepping on a hard rock when you're walking in your own tent. You know, so get you like a metal rake. Or somebody else will have one. It's kind of late now to start getting all this stuff. You know, hopefully y'all was asking questions at y'all local schools about if it's your first tabernacles on the things you should get. You know, and get that stuff.
Man, somebody bought their whole house. Tabernacles one time. I said, bro, what the? I said, what the? Bro, you got a
What the
refrigerator.
hell? Oh my God.
I said, yo, you got a refrigerator in here? You got an iron board? What you need an iron board for?
You gotta be fresh while you in the tabernacle. Is a single brother?
No, they was married.
Oh, okay, okay.
His wife bought a lamp. They, they
Now we bring a lamp too now, cause it get dark up in there. Now. One of them tall lamps you can put up inside the tent.
no, it wasn't no, like one of those. Was it a tall lamp? It's so long ago,
I can't
but it
shame
was
him on the
back.
lamp, cause we rock with the lamps too, man. You know, we get the lamps cracked.
Yeah, that's funny. But I just thought that was hilarious.
It is pretty
Who
hilarious.
we got next, man? Abigail ain't up. Uh, I'm gonna start calling people. Nate Dogg, come on up, man. I just sent you an invite.
Well, if we know now that wisdom is the application of the law, you know, then what's going on with Christianity?
Right,
How could it be wisdom in there that don't apply the law of God?
right, crazy.
I guess it's time to come up out of them churches.
Come on by those churches. Uh, Abigail, what's
Most High
wrong with
Christ
you?
bless.
I don't know. Most High in Christ bless.
Don't start,
Uh,
bro.
I ain't do nothing. So,
Don't
what's your thoughts
start.
on the topic? What's your thoughts?
Okay.
What's your thoughts on the topic?
My thoughts on the topic, what is wisdom and how to obtain it? For me, wisdom, I voted by fearing the Lord because that's like something that's like really important to me. Um, like a lot of times people can be puffed up with knowledge or, think that they know this or know that, but you got to keep the commandments. So that's like something that I hold dear. So fearing the Lord and keeping the commandments, that's important because if you fear God, you'll keep his commandments because, you don't want God to kill you. You don't want the judgment. So that's why I voted the way I voted.
Right. And that reminds me of that. Hey, get that in Psalms. You know I want to read it.
The book of
You
Psalms,
see?
chapter 111 and verse 10.
Nope, that's not what I wanted. But I thought
Oh,
I'll get one more. One more. She just said it. She said it, but she didn't say it.
could you say it one more time?
To fear the judgment.
Oh, yes, sir. The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 120.
My man.
My flesh trembleth for fear of thee,
Uh,
and I am afraid of thy judgments.
right. So if you rolling in the spirit, if you being wise, hey, you gonna move cautious. You're gonna proceed with cautious. If you don't watch wrestling, you're not gonna understand that terminology. But the point is, yeah, you're gonna be very careful how you move, what you say, how you interact with people, what you do by yourself. That's the most important part. What you do when nobody's around, you know. So yeah, that. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff right there. You got any questions while you up here, sis?
No, I
Abigail?
just wanted no, I just wanted to make the comment, like it's certain things, that like I know, God has took me out of, and it's like I know if I was to turn back and do those things, I just feel like Most High would kill me for real. Like,
Yeah.
so there's definitely a fear, and you have to have that fear. It's healthy because that's what's gonna stop you from doing stupid stuff.
Right. What I was gonna say. Let's see. Who else want to come up? You gotta change that picture, man. Jesus Christ. Raisin Bran. Hey, show up. You like Raisin
Bobby, that
Bran?
picture is for you.
Fight. Marie, y'all like that? That might be some old folks cereal.
I didn't hear
What,
you.
what'd you say?
You like Raisin Brans?
Raisin Bran.
Yeah, that might be
No,
some.
I don't eat raisin bran.
Hell no. Yeah.
Why do Abigail have Raisin Bran on her cereal? This
If anybody eat Raisin Bran, man, they're a Neanderthal. Like, dog. If you choose Raisin Bran, I mean, out of all these cereals, and you said, let me get some of them Raisin Bran, that's a problem there, man. You know, I think some genealogy got to get checked at that point. When you said, nah, you don't want no Frosted Flakes, you don't want no Fruit Loops, you don't want no Rice Krispie Treat cereal, you don't want no Fruity Pebbles, you don't want no Cheerios, you don't want none of that. You want Raisin Bran,
hey, Special K over here. You heard me?
Special K.
Yeah,
I'm a
gotta try
plant-based
it. Gotta
cereal
try it.
eater.
Marie, gotta try it,
Plant-based.
sis. You gotta try it. You be eat what you eat? Sugary cereal, like Frosted Flakes.
You know all cereal is sugary, right?
Yeah, not
Especially
all of
Special
them.
K. Look at a box of Special K and you tell me how much added sugar in there.
Listen.
Yeah.
There's healthy options. Okay, you
There
can
is no
try.
healthy cereal, bruh.
There is such thing.
No, it's not. Cereal is a damn dessert that people somehow convince themselves is a breakfast food. Cereal, the dessert that somehow people have convinced themselves is breakfast food. It ain't no different than pancakes. Like who justified pancakes as a breakfast food? It's literally cake with syrup on it, and you say, "Oh yeah, let me feed this to my kids for breakfast."
Well, what
You
about
say,
trying some plant-based protein cereal? If that's what you have to have.
uh,
It only
I mean,
it's like
for the most part, all cereal is plant based for the most part. Now there are cereals there that they're making now with more protein in it. You know,
yes.
if that's been directed to you from your physician, you know, I ain't gonna knock it. But it is a lot of cereal. I mean, sugar in those too.
No, that's
But
for me,
the,
it's just my choice to eat healthy and to
Mhm.
stay away from meat. The protein tends to um the protein when you eat the protein, you're not as hungry. You can eat a half a cup of cereal and you can go till lunchtime.
Right, protein is good. I'm not, yeah, no, 100%. We should all be prioritizing
Not me.
protein in our diet. I'm not denying that at all. I prioritize protein in my own diet. Everyone should be prioritizing protein. You know, I'm just saying the cereal in itself, there are better options out there. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying never eat cereal. Hell, I eat cereal from time to time. You know,
I'm
I'm
finna,
just saying. What's that?
I'm finna show you the healthy cereal you should get. Show enough.
All right. Then I want you to read it.
Catalina?
I want you to read the side of the box for me. I know what brand you're talking about. Sis, that's I understand what you're saying. They also got another brand called Magic Spoon. Like I said, I eat these cereals too from time to time. But that shouldn't be a go-to as far as like
Yeah, that's my
for your diet.
go-to.
Right. I'm saying cereal in general should not be our go-to when it comes to trying to obtain a healthy diet.
Right.
Right. Well, no, because I mean I do the protein cereal. I make juice. I try to. I don't do the pork,
Right. Yeah,
and
nobody
a
should be
lot
doing
of those
pork.
things are healthy for you. The protein. I feel like the protein cereal is healthier for you than the regular
Hey,
stuff
any
off the
water in there?
shelf.
Right,
Like,
right. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. If we're going to compare it to other cereal, yes, the protein cereal is healthier than other cereal, but cereal in general should not be the go-to as far as whatever your diet. Now, if, like I said, if someone's physician has directed them to do that for whatever reason, I don't know what everybody's metabolic condition is. You know, if you've been directed that, that's one thing. You know, but if we're talking about what would be the best thing for our health, it wouldn't be cereal. You know, that's what I'm saying. You want to go more
okay,
whole,
yeah.
you want to go more whole food if we're trying to go for, overall health and the things that we're choosing to eat. Now, do I eat
Well,
cereal? Yeah, I eat cereal, but I don't eat that stuff all the time. You know what I mean? So
but you know, a lot of this stuff that they say is organic is not organic.
yeah, 100% not. But when I didn't say organic. I'm talking about whole foods. At the end of the day, whole food is
Uh-huh.
whole food. Like meat is a whole food. Eggs is a whole food. Plants, fruits, those are whole foods. Once they start being processed, they're not whole foods anymore. Things have to be added to it at that point. God did say we're gonna eat out the
Right.
foul bread. You know, so that's why even when
Well,
we
let
eat the
me.
thing, well, hold on. That's why God said even with the things that we eat. Um, hold on a second. That's why God said, even with the things that we eat, if we're eating healthy or not, that's why He still told us to be mindful of how much of whatever it is that we're eating. He said, "Very little sufficient for a man well nurtured." Can you read that for us in Ecclesiastes chapter 31?
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 31, verse 19. A very little is sufficient for a man well nurtured,
Mm-hmm.
and he fetcheth
Mm-hmm.
not his wind short upon his bed.
Right. So, for the statement, from what I was saying earlier, as far as cereal choices, the protein based one is better than all other cereals. But in general, you would like to go with a whole food outside of getting something that's processed. But at the end of the day, God said all of our food is going to be defiled. So, with that being said, whatever it is that we choose to eat, God said a very little is sufficient for a man well nurtured. Overindulgence in anything is going to lead to sickness. That oversupply of calories is going to lead to the weight gain, the storing of adipose tissue or fat. That's what it's called,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
That the storage of extra fat that will bring on sicknesses. Most of our conditions that we have are all metabolic. You know what I mean by that?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay. Most of our issues are
Yeah.
metabolic, meaning it's based upon our diet and how much it is that we eat. We don't give our body enough time to be able to process the meals that we have, to be able to filter out the toxins from our lymphatic system. Your kidneys are very important in that process. Your liver, a lot of time we beat down our liver by putting all types of junk in there. We gotta give our body
And
time
drinking
for
alcohol.
right, alcohol does impair liver function, and so if the alcohol impair our liver function, and then on top of that, we eating a whole bunch of junk, your body can't filter out the things it need to filter out, and then people wonder why you breaking out all the time, your skin look the way it look, you feel sleepy, all these things are happening because your body's having to work overtime. You never given it a chance to recuperate itself. You know, you
Yeah,
don't
and then you
no
know you have to feed your body because
right,
the protein helps, but you have to feed it.
right.
You
So
can't
that
go
so
days without putting anything in
so that's what I
and
was.
expecting a whole lot out of it.
So that's what I was saying earlier, that everyone should be prioritizing protein in your diet. I'm saying that there are better forms of protein than the processed forms. Any protein that you get out of a box has already been highly processed, and the absorption rate of said. I don't want to go down this route. I'm really into like health and fitness and stuff like that. But once the protein get processed, the amount that is absorbable has been diminished because of the process. Sorry, because of the refining process. Once they go through all the
Uh-huh.
different
And that,
processes, the available the amount of protein that is available, meaning the amount that your body can actually utilize and absorb, has been lowered at that point. So I'm gonna restate it. Out of all the cereals, the one with the protein in it is going to be the best. But for a better, healthy choice is to with something that's not even in that realm of cereal. Everyone should be prioritizing protein. It's about a gram of protein per pound of body fat,
Right.
depending on how heavy you are, or whatever your
hmm
goal is to maintain lean muscle mass. So for most men who are of a healthy weight and at average height, you should be getting about 180, to maybe 200 grams of protein a day to be able to maintain the muscle that you have, and for the other processes in your body that utilize protein. For y'all women, a healthy weight for most of y'all on your average height and what your weight should be, should be anywhere from like 120 to maybe 150 grams of protein a day, to maintain healthy
That's right.
body function, right? You should be
right.
having a healthy body function that comes through protein. And now, with that being said, that don't mean you have to have 3, 4, 5 meals a day. I used to do that. At one point, I used to do 6 meals a day, but you don't need to do that at all. In fact, our bodies operate best when we're not putting all that food in there. You know what I mean? You can,
But you know what's a good protein is mushrooms.
well, it's not much protein in mushrooms, you know. And I'm not knocking mushrooms. Yeah, there are some good qualities with mushrooms. I eat let me just put that out there too, because what the sister's saying is very important as well. We gotta eat vegetables. Black folks hate eating vegetables. All y'all gotta be eating your vegetables. There's a lot of micronutrients that we don't get, and we wonder why we be sick. It's because you're not eating your vegetables. It's a lot of things that come from vegetables that's imperative for bodily function. I.e., the magnesium that we need, manganese. A lot of those things come from the vegetables and the fruits that we eat, but black people don't eat it. Then you wonder why you got all these different ailments, high blood pressure and so forth, because you're not eating the things that you need to eat.
Well,
So
some things people think that you can only cook with when you can actually eat them as a snack. Like, and one example is red bell peppers.
right, if
Eh,
that's if you eat them, you know what I mean. That's it. That's if people eat it. Like I know older people, they eat that. Like they'll just eat bell peppers. Like it's an officer where I'm at. I remember I went over to his house because we were getting ready to go to a blitz or something. And I pulled up to the house. He opened the door. He just chewing on a bell pepper, like biting it like an apple. And like, first off, I was taken
uh-huh.
aback. I almost called the police on this dude. Like, what's wrong with this man? He's crazy. But no, people, people do eat bell pepper like that, which is cool. Like I eat carrots like that. So you're right. There are certain things that you can eat as a snack, that you don't necessarily have to cook. But the point I was making is, yes, vegetables are important, but if we're looking for a protein source, that wouldn't be the best thing to go to as far as bioavailability and amount of protein you get per, the amount of calories that you have to eat. In order to get enough protein from a vegetable source, as well, a non-meat source, not necessarily vegetables like beans and so forth, you have to eat more calories than what you would to be able to, if you was substance, eating meats as well, that you would need to be able to hit your daily caloric intake of protein or whatever. So if I ain't gonna, I ain't gonna go down that route. If what you're eating and you're healthy, then do what you've been doing. For the majority of people, all y'all need to cut back on how much y'all eat. You know what I mean? Everybody need to cut back on how much you eat. Prioritize protein. Make sure you get your fruits and your vegetables in there. And the Bible says a very little is sufficient for a man well nurtured. And God had to say a very little because he know how Israel is. You tell them a little and they'll still put 4 chicken wings on their plate. Well, let me say a very little. And Israel still put 3. And then God just look at you and like, all right, man, I get 2, because that's how we are. We got to cut
Well,
back on how much we eat.
something else that I think is, with like flour and cake and the glutens, if you read the labels on the box, if it says enriched, then you don't want it, because if it's enriched, it's over processed, which usually, and when it's processed, it's usually something white.
Right, because the nutrients been stripped from 'em. That's what I was saying earlier. Anything that you get
Yes.
out of a box, it already been over processed, so all the nutrients have been stripped of it. Right. That's why I was saying that about the protein sources in the cereal. Cereal with more protein in general is better than other cereals, but that in itself has been processed. That's why it's able to be inside of
Mm-hmm.
that's why it's able to be inside of a box and sit on the shelf because of the ultra
Right.
processing they had to go through. So overall, your primary source, if you were looking for health and longevity, it wouldn't come out of a box. If you are to eat it out of the box, the protein source cereal would be better, but it's not even better by much. It's better because it got more protein, but still all the other things that come along with regular cereal come along with that as well. So
May I
Mm-hmm.
inject
yeah, go ahead.
since I brought this up? Uh, showing up. And
Yo,
I gotta send you a picture of it. But I got a dietitian now, and
good.
they sent me they gave me a list of things of what I should be eating to be able to gain weight, and a lot of it is good. Going back to the point that you made, a lot of it is good, and they wanted me to be able to get more protein in my diet, and like a lot of stuff was cut out, like a lot of stuff was cut out, like the cereal was cut out. That's why y'all don't hear me talking about cereal like that. Cereal was cut out. Sweets,
Check out my
uh,
series.
chips. A lot of that stuff is cut out. So a lot of stuff that I eat now is a lot of. It gotta be things that has protein and fiber in it.
Are
So
you a diabetic?
no, no, I'm not. No, no,
Well,
no.
I you
They feel
good,
like
bro.
they feel like I'm underweight, so they want me to start gaining weight.
And one
So
thing I will say, most people are pre-diabetic. They just don't know it. Even those who feel like they're in healthy ranges, they're pre-diabetic because of how they eat. The constant spanking of their insulin from the diet that we choose to eat. So most people who not diagnosed diabetics, a lot of them are either diabetic or pre-diabetic because people choose to eat the way they eat. So people got we gotta stay on top
Well,
of our health.
it's in my family, so I tried to alter that.
Well, one thing I will say, and I understand what you're saying, some things are hereditary.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you born a diabetic, that's not hereditary. Most people become diabetic because of their food choices. If
Right.
you if you if people ate a balanced diet and exercise, you will never become diabetic. The only way you become
And stay
diabetic is
away
when,
from gluten foods.
well, it depends. Some people eat gluten. I'm able to eat gluten. That's just fine. What it's going to come down to is the amount of calories you put into your body and your level of activity. You know, it said the
Mm.
Bible says bodily exercise. Can you read that in First Timothy? Yeah, go my damn extension. First Timothy 4,
And what verse? Let me see.
verse
Oh
8.
yes, sir. The book of First Timothy, chapter 4 and verse 8.
Mhm.
For bodily exercise profited little.
Right. So there is some profit to it. So the little profit that you get through bodily exercise, coupled with, you're minding your diet and making sure you're eating the things that's good for your body, you're able to live, you have a good um your quality of life is extended. Not necessarily your lifespan, but your life quality. Because none of us know how
Quality.
long how long we're gonna live, but how well you live, you can control that. Unless something unforeseen happens, car accident, whatever. Chronic disease or something like that come out of nowhere. But things like high blood pressure, diabetes, and those type of things, that's 100% avoidable. If you do what God instructed us to do. Be mindful of your meat and diet. When you do eat, don't overindulge and exercise. If you do those things, the majority of the sicknesses that we suffer from will disappear. But that take a level of discipline that our people unfortunately don't have. They want
Yeah.
what they want when they want it, You know, like the
Yeah,
rest
well,
of
I'm not that person.
yeah.
No, I
But yeah,
like I like to sit and enjoy my food.
yup.
And like I
Damn.
said, there are some things that I do that I wouldn't tell anybody else to do because it's a medical issue. Like, and I'm just gonna say it. Medications are no good for us.
Yeah, we're not gonna
But
say that. We're not because the
well, I'm
Bible.
not gonna say it's no
Well,
good for us.
yeah,
It
yeah.
helps us,
So real
but
quick,
there are
we
things
so
that we
so,
can
so hold
do.
on, hold on. We're not
I'm
gonna say
sorry.
that. We're not gonna say that because the Bible says under the physician, and there are people in here who are taking medication. So I don't want someone to hear this, and then they be like, you know what? She's right. To hell with this medication. They stop taking their blood pressure medication, and their blood
Oh
pressure
no, 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 no!
shoot.
Don't
Hold
do
on,
that.
I got you. So then their blood pressure shoot up to 200 over 150, and they have a stroke or a heart attack. We're not saying that at all. You know. Now,
Yeah. Well,
a lot of these,
I'm
a lot
gonna
of these
say
things,
that's a
a lot of these things are preventable. But once you get there and you're in the hand of the physician, you got to follow the instructions that your doctor tells you until you're able, to be able to, get yourself out of the situation by improving your health. Nobody on here needs to just stop taking their medications. Just want to make sure that's
no.
clear. Hold on, who is L Soraya Armalite? Why you keep posting stuff? Stop posting stuff. All right. Wait till we call something. I'm not sure if you supposed to be scribing or whatever, but just wait. I don't know why people do that. But so yeah, if somebody's in here and you've been prescribed medication, take your medication. All right.
Take your medicine.
Don't stop taking your
Yeah,
medicine.
because I mean, what everybody does something different, and I've just had this approach to a more holistic uh, remedies as opposed to medication for some things. Um, like I make tinctures and stuff like that. That's just for me. And if it works for me, then I'll share it with other people.
All praise. Yeah, I don't
And
disagree with that. There are certain things you can do to improve your health condition. I just don't want anyone to get
yes,
the wrong idea that that we're advocating for people to stop
no,
to
no,
not
no.
take
I'm not
medication.
advocating for anybody to stop taking their medications.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
You
So
know, and this is just my story, and I'm going to tell you what it is. I've been taking blood pressure medicine for a long time, and I decided to pull out my juicer and start juicing again. And I just went to the doctor the other day, and he wanted to know what I was doing because it was perfect.
mhm.
But that's for me. I can't tell anybody else what to do
Well, I
as
think
far as
people
that's
I think
concerned.
people can come off of medications, but they need to do it under the guidance of their physician. Like
That's right.
if they were to take some of the practices that you're speaking about and
No,
apply it.
I'm not going to
Right.
say what they are because I'm
Well,
not
well,
recommending
right.
anything.
I'm not telling you to. I'm just saying, but if people were to take some of the practices that got you into a better condition, they could do the same things while still taking their medication. And then when they go to their doctor, and the doctor asks them what they doing, and you go like, well, I'm doing this, this, and that. And the doctor may be like, okay, well, I'm gonna lower the dose on this, continue doing what you're doing. If you stay within parameters, for however long, we'll take it down. And they go back to their next doctor appointment and their stuff is still good, eventually you can be weaned off of these medications. It's just the abrupt stops, right,
Right,
that can cause
right.
issues. So,
And that's what I'm doing. I'm just gradually um trying to see how far I can go.
mhm.
So I'm not telling anybody else to do that.
Right, right. Yeah, I understand. I just wanted to make it clear because some people will hear it. If we don't say
Yes.
that about it, they'll take it, as
Take it
if
and run
you
with it.
right.
Right.
So, yeah, just wanted to make that clear. Well, all praise. I'm glad you're coming off of those medications. I'm
Yeah,
glad you're coming off
look,
of.
I'm working on it every day, and I just like I said, I have a juice that I make, and that's what's helping me with the blood pressure.
Okay, good, good. You getting them beats in?
Yes, sir.
Man, what I'm talking about. It's good stuff
That
right there.
and sea moss.
Hmm.
And then I do the mushrooms, and I mean, I'm just trying to get what everything, every ounce of whatever I can get out of this body. I'm trying to get it.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, hey, them beats is real good. You know, me and Mark usually do it
Well, I'm
as well. Now, some I'm gonna throw out
I'm
there
telling
too.
you, the beats have helped me since I started juicing again.
Uh huh.
Um, and it's not straight beets. I mix it with other things that are high in fiber, like cucumbers and berberine, which is in pineapple.
Yeah, berberine real good for you. Like people be trying to lose weight as a glucose clearing agent. Everybody need to talk to their doctor. You know, but that lowest blood glucose, berberine real good, especially you trying to go on a cut. Obviously, you need to talk to your doctor, but if you're trying to lean out, you know, that's real good
Mm-hmm.
stuff right there. But all right, let me see.
Yeah.
I got 4%.
Okay.
Ralph, I need you to take over. I'm still listening so I can put my phone back on the charger. They're trying to get this tabernacle stuff together. Ralph, you there? You were just unmuted.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
I said you got it
Was
for a
that show
minute.
enough?
Okay, okay.
Yes, ma'am. That's your enough.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You needed something?
No, thank you.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, there's some good stuff being brought out. Some good stuff. And hey, before I move on, what does beet juice taste like?
What does it
You
taste
you
like?
you ever tasted dirt?
Uh-uh.
Well, it tastes like dirt.
Not
You
intentional.
have to acquire palate.
You're right. You got to acquire. It's a very earthy taste. When everybody say, if you ever heard the term earthy, that's the definition of earthy. Beets taste like the earth. Now, excellent for you. That's why a lot of people mix it with other things like orange juice and I mean
Well,
and other things
what
to
I
be
do is
juiced with it.
I
Yeah.
use all fresh stuff, and what I do with it, I will add maybe a half a cucumber, some green apple, and pineapple for the berberine. That's and it's all fresh. It's not anything made in the store and you just mix it up together. It's not like that. So
Okay, okay, okay. Well, I know my mom had some. She was trying to get me to drink it. I'm good on it. But I might try it. We had we have Jemima.
Shalom, most high in Christ bless. How are you?
And Shalom says, I'm doing well. How are you?
That's good. I'm doing well, hanging in there. I agree with what you guys said earlier. Speaking on the topic, what is wisdom and how to obtain it. I just know that wisdom. The beginning of wisdom is fear of the Lord, and then I agreed with what the sister said. Like wisdom is understanding, but then I understand you got to keep the commandments in order to get understanding. You got to study to show thyself approved. I think it's important to even include it in your prayers. Like I pray for wisdom, guidance, and discernment, daily. So I feel like it's a mixture of all of that, and that's how you obtain it, definitely. And then I had like a few questions. I don't know if it's because I've been kind of like down the past couple days.
Why?
I don't know. Like, I mean, there's been some stuff going on. It's been kind of hard, and I'm normally, like on fire, like, and then I'm doing good, and then it's just like all of a sudden something else happened, and then I get a little depressed. But
How
I'm a
long you been
little
in the truth?
for like over a year. It's like a year and a half now.
Uh,
Yeah.
uh, have you spoke to leadership?
Oh So yes, I did reach out to leadership yesterday, and it did help me. I felt a lot better after that. And then of course I studied a little bit, and I remember y'all saying yes, like studying, you know, uh, and then reading scripture and stuff. That's like therapy. So it did help me. And then I took a nice walk this morning. You know, and I prayed and everything, and it was a beautiful walk, and I felt good. And then now I'm like, back inside, and now I don't know, I kind of felt kind of anxious even before coming up on the stage. I don't know, it's weird, but I think it's just since things have been a little rocky, I got a little, shooken up, and it's like on and off. Like I'll be good, and then I'll be feeling a little low again. So, um,
Is there something that just recently happened, or there's been
sorry,
some?
what?
Is this something that's been continued, just recently happened, or?
Oh yeah, this happened yesterday. But I did reach out to.
No, I'm no. What I'm saying is like as far as you feeling like this, is it just something
Oh,
that recently started, or you've been
it
just
recently started. It's,
okay?
I mean, of course, I've been through it in the past. Like, I meditated on Sirach too because I know you got to prepare yourself for temptation and yourself for temptation, sorry. And like, there's going to be a time, a season when the devil, comes to you, where I feel like there's times he can get in the cracks and try to, bring you down or like throw you off or, something like that. Like, I think every once in a while I do get to feeling like this. It's not all the time. Like I'm more consistent in studying, like feeling good, like listening to music. I'm like always tuning into classes, taking notes, stuff like that. But I do have times where I feel like this, and it's just that mixture of feeling a little anxious and depressed. I'm trying to work through it right now, and it really happened. Like Day of Atonement was my first Day of Atonement, so it was real hard. I fasted before in the past, and it's been all my every time I fast it's hard, but it's like this particular fast was the hardest for me. It was my first one. I know I made mistakes, and I reached out to leadership, and I sent a prayer request, uh, ask for forgiveness because there's some things I messed up on. I even brushed my teeth towards the end of it, and I didn't mean to. I did it without thinking, and I don't know if some people during these feast days and stuff, if they just call their kids off school. But my kid don't go to a public school. He go to a daycare, like a kinder care. So it's like a contract where, and it was actually his last week. So I took him to school, and I planned on walking so I didn't have to order a lift. But then that morning, my fast, like, I don't know what was going on with me, but I felt like I was gonna pass out. I felt dizzy. I ended up taking him. Then it had like a very urgent medical situation, and I thought my son was gonna have to. I had to pick him up from school. I had to take him to, emergent like a ultrasound, because I thought he may had to have surgery or something. But all praise the Most High. Yesterday I got a call and they said things are like normal. That he don't have to get surgery. So, and he's just 4, so it's a lot. And something else happening with my family too. Um, like my mom and my sisters, they had going on at their house that kind of brought me down yesterday.
Okay, so it sounds like to me you have a lot of you tend to worry a lot, especially. Let me ask you: do you worry about things that don't concern you? Like even if somebody like bring up something and it's like bad, like do you get worry yourself? Find yourself worrying?
Um, yeah,
That sound like
actually,
yeah,
sometimes I can get that way. Yes, if it's bad, and like this was more particular that has to do with my family, but even when
yeah,
it
yeah,
comes
yeah.
to other things.
Yeah, you're just like my mother. She does the
Okay.
same thing. I'm like, Mom, what you worry about somebody else's problem for? Like, no, you know. Um, yeah, so you just gotta. I don't know everything. You gotta tell everybody everything, but the scriptures say Get that in what that? Deuteronomy 33:29.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 33 and verse 29. Happy art thou, O Israel, who is like unto thee, O people saved by the Lord, the shield of thy help, and who is the sword of thy excellency. And thine enemies shall be found liars unto thee, and thou shalt tread upon their high places.
Right. So the scriptures say that happy art thou, O Israel. We supposed to be rejoicing, regardless of how things are. We're supposed to be rejoicing because we are chosen. We are God's people. How many people can say that? Not everybody, but you can. And so, as far as like stress, stuff like that, so you just gotta not allow things to get to you. And that's what a lot of sisters tend to do. It's hard for them when they come in the truth. I don't know if you're single or not, but for a lot of single sisters I've noticed, it's hard for them to really let things go and just live in the moment. They don't know how to just be happy. They don't know how to let things go. They don't know how to let the past go. 'Cause I know you brought up something that you thought about in the past, stuff like that. Good to say let all that stuff go. And I know it's easier than it sounds, but sometimes you just gotta relax, take a deep breath, and cast away those heavy burdens. I don't know how often you reach out to your sisters, but that's what they're here for. They're supposed to be here to, for that sister support. Get that in Galatians 6:2.
The
And I
book
got
of
another question.
Galatians.
I got another question for you. Go ahead, read that.
The book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 2. Bear ye one another's burdens, and
So you,
so
so you said you were dealing with the spirit of depression. Have you just? How often do you consult with leadership wives? Not just sisters that came in the truth with you, but like actual leadership wives that's been in the truth for a minute.
Well, I got my point of contact because everybody, a lot of leadership is aware that I'm just waiting till I can congregate. But I do have
Oh,
my
you're
point of
not congregating yet.
no, but for good reason under leadership's instructions, so it's okay.
Ah,
Yeah, it is
okay.
hard though. That makes it really hard, but I still gotta, it's because of
Okay,
this.
now it makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, that's just yeah. Go
So,
ahead.
so what you put out?
No, it's just due to just a past situation with a courtship. I
Ah,
yeah.
okay. So you wasn't put out.
No, I'm just new. I'm new to IUIC, and I'm still kind of new in the truth. It was just a
Oh,
complicated.
they just need you to get that situated first.
Well, I mean, I really think it's just to see if I'm patient and I'm just making sure I'm ready. I don't know how to explain it. Probably in the proven process because they don't just with courtship and stuff. They're careful about just letting somebody start fellowship.
Are you still with that person?
Oh no, no.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I would say your best bet is to stay in communication with your point of contact as often as you can. I know they be busy, but still try to show that that you're serious about growing and congregating and getting yourself right. The scripture say to show yourself friendly, so that could be something that you can start, and then all this will go away once you start congregating. The feeling that you have right now, you want to feel like that because you by yourself. That's it. But once you
Yeah.
start, once you start congregating, you know, uh, trust me, it'd be like, what? Jemima did what? She was feeling like what? You won't even remember it. So yeah, just stay in contact, and, frequently. Just ask, every now and then, like, hey, is it okay? I can come back. I got this going. I got this. You know, I did this. What I was asked. I got this paper. Whatever they need you to have. Just make sure that you stay in communication with them. So now, if you just kind of like doing 1 week and then you let another week go by and you ain't communicate, that's how you're gonna make the process even longer than what it has to be. So it gotta be something that you gotta constantly do, constantly communicate with that person that you've been that's appointed over you, and just make sure they are up to date on the process as far as the ex courtship. I don't even want to call it that, 'cause, uh, but yeah, and then you'll be back before you know it.
Oh yes, and that's what we're gonna talk about. And I did speak to them, so it's good things looking up. Like after Feast of Tabernacles, they're gonna be,
See, so
huh?
you just gotta hold on until
Yeah.
that time, you know.
Right. Yes, I understand.
So stop being depressed, stop being
Okay.
worried. Okay, there's nothing to be depressed or sad about. And besides, you got biblical smoke, you got UGL. Like the Lord looked out for you. You know what I mean? At one point in time, if you was put out or something like that, there wasn't no such thing as this type of platform. So yeah, since you good.
That's true. Yes. Thank you. And
So
so is it okay
yeah,
to is it okay to come on here and ask questions, or is it better if I have any questions, do I just need to call my point of contact, or can I still speak on the topic and ask questions here? Or?
yeah, if you want. Now, if it's something personal, then I would ask your point of contact. But if it's ritual or something like that, yeah, we don't mind. But if it's personal and something that you're dealing with, yeah, make sure you communicate that with your point of contact.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
So, but other than that, somebody, you'll be fine. You worry about nothing.
Oh yeah. I just be getting down in the dumps here and there. It cheered me
Say
up
that one more
coming in
time.
here though, and listening. I like to speak on the topic sometimes and ask questions. And my questions were, I wasn't sure if they were, because a couple of my questions were like, what are some signs that like show you're slipping, like, and then like, how do you check yourself and how can you hold yourself accountable day by day? And I know when you're in a congregate and everything, you got all the, you got leadership and your sisters and stuff, and you got accountability partners basically, like. But I feel like I was maybe asking those based on how I felt, because I do, even though I'm not alone and I could call, I still kind of feel lonely. You know what I mean? And I just want to make sure that I'm catching myself, for the Lord has to check me, you know what I'm saying? Like, make sure I know that the signs, okay, when I'm feeling this way, and being able to tell the difference. Because also, I don't know if it's just health related, because I I have been sleeping a lot the past couple days too. Like, I'm real tired. So I'm like mentally drained, physically drained for some reason. And it kind of like leaned into feeling spiritually drained. I don't like saying that, but I
Fatigue.
know when I go harder, and I know when I'm a little, like, there has to be some,
They call it battle
slack.
fatigue.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? I'm taking this college. I'm in college, and we had like a whole assignment. I'm gonna see if I can post it on here. But we had like a whole assignment on stress and being feeling overwhelmed and stuff like that. I'll see if I can post it. But what I will say is I'm gonna post this class right here. I'm gonna post this class right here for you. I don't know if you ever seen it. I posted in the comments. For those who may feel like they overwhelmed or whatever, check out that class right there. The class by Captain Mattathias is called How to Deal with Being Overwhelmed. It's a great class. It's like 20 minutes. I would recommend y'all check that out. But to answer your question, sis, uh, go to 2 Corinthians 13. Well, that one start there. Yeah, read that. 2 Corinthians 13:5.
The book of Second Corinthians, chapter 13 and verse 5. Examine yourselves, whether ye be in the faith. Prove your own selves. Know ye not your own selves, how that Jesus Christ is in you, except ye be reprobates?
So, what's the one word you kept hearing repeatedly in this verse? Anybody? Or anybody can answer.
Um, it's kind of staticky, but was it proof or what was it? I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna
I
read
think
it
it's
again. We're gonna read it again. Watch this.
Second,
Emphasize on it, reader.
yes, sir.
All right.
Second Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 5. Examine yourselves, whether ye be in the faith. Prove your own selves. Know ye not your own selves, how that Jesus Christ is in you, except ye be reprobates?
Okay. So, what's the word? What's the one word?
yeah. It's it- first it said examine and it said prove yourself.
Okay. Right. Yourself. That's the word I'm looking for. So, you yourself know what spirit what spirit you battle with, what you deal with, how you are when people are around, how you are when people are not around. Okay, now the people that's around that know you, they can only tell you so much, right? They may be like, yeah, Jemai, you like to be in all in brothers' faces and saying shalom. You need to stop doing that, girl, right? Well, to you, you might not mean no harm, but you want to take that into consideration. Like, do I do that? Okay, let me fall back. What else I do? Am I loud? Yeah, I could be loud. I could try to be overly talkative, or I could be moody, or I could be whatever it is, right? You gotta know you, and you gotta examine and know yourself. So that's one thing, right? You gotta be able to read books like Galatians 5. Are you familiar with Galatians 5?
No.
Not the whole chapter, but read that. Read that Galatians 5 and 16 for her.
The book of Galatians, chapter 5 and verse 16. This I say then, walk in the Spirit, and ye shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh.
So you want to walk in the spirit. We all want to walk in the spirit. Okay. Read on.
For the flesh lusteth against the Spirit,
So,
and
so go ahead.
the Spirit against the flesh.
So every day is a fight. We constantly the spirit constantly wants to do right. Your spirit constantly wants to do right, but we still got this shell that we have, right? When we look in the mirror, this shell, this flesh, that's subject to wanting to do what it wants to do, right? It's eager to fulfill their lust, their appetite, and we trying to constantly fight against that. So watch this, read.
And these are contrary the one to the other,
They like a rivalry, like East Coast versus West Coast. They don't like each other, right? One trying to win you over. Read.
so that ye cannot do the things that ye would.
Mm-hmm.
But if ye be led of the Spirit, ye are not under the law.
Read.
Now
So
the works,
these are the flesh that we gotta constantly examine ourselves. Every last one of us. That's what the Day of Atonement was about. Constantly like examine ourselves. That I say this a lot too, right? these spirits that we read in the Bible, they're not written in here for no reason. Okay, we all deal with something in some form or fashion, right? So read that.
Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these:
Uh,
adultery, fornication,
so
un-
those two is top two. Why? Because mainly that's what everybody coming here to say. I battle with the spirit of uh, fornication. I can't help but look at women. I can't help but look at men. Not me personally, but y'all women. I can't help but look at tall, dark, and handsome, or this lady right here with the hourglass shape figure. You know, we were prone to uh giving into our lust. Now that you're in the truth, you got something that's gonna prohibit you. Now you got something that's gonna hold you accountable. So now you gotta constantly meditate on scriptures like this: adultery, fornication, read,
uncleanness,
uh,
lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, murders, drunkenness, revelings, and such like, of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God.
right. So the sooner you understand that, hey, I need work on, the, the, the quicker the process would be as far as repentance goes. Remember, we all repenting. We ain't repented, but we're striving to try to be the best we can. Okay, so if you can be real with yourself, besides adultery and fornication, you gotta be real with yourself. Hey, I know adultery, I know fornication. Okay, do I battle with the spirit of idolatry? Do I battle with the spirit of witchcraft? What about hatred? What about wrath? Am I quick to get angry? Do I have a murder spirit? Do I have a, like, you gotta really examine yourself, and that goes for all of us. So, it just comes down to you, sir. You gotta examine yourself, and once you do, you gotta start applying ways on how to become better. Okay, and
Okay.
it's all gonna take time.
Yes. Okay. I understand that. Thank you.
So hopefully that was helpful. You know,
It was.
but yeah. So I don't want to hear you being sad no more up here, sis. So
No, I won't. And I watched that class too. Thank thank you again. I appreciate it.
yes, man. All right. Who else we got up here? Abigail, what you finish? I know we didn't just took over. We didn't went down the cereal path, and you just went a whole dietitian program. She probably busy. Okay. Jacob, what it is, man?
Hey, brother, more fire, shalom, obviously, the same place was.
More time, Christ bless. Hey, Abigail, you gonna say something? Okay, I thought you were gonna say something. All right. Uh, all right. Who else? I think we supposed to be shutting down here in a few. But anybody else want to come up? We still got a few before uh, the book of our Father come on. All right. So anybody else trying to Trying to come on, man, to the stage. Hey, now's your time. So now's your time to come to the stage and give your thoughts or a question. Anybody? So y'all just gonna leave me up here by myself, just talking up a storm, huh? What if I don't like talking? Y'all still gonna leave me up here by myself? Y'all ain't right, man. What's wrong with them, Marie? Let's see. All right. So look, I think we're gonna get rid of. Hey, off the show enough. Okay. I guess he's busy. All right. Anybody else want to come up? That's it. Okay. Hey, give me Sirach chapter 30, verse 25.
Book of Sirach, chapter 30, and verse 25. A cheerful and good heart will have a care of his meat and diet.
Right. So I was pondering on this last night actually. We gotta care more about our diet, what we put in our body, because eventually, look, what you do with this body, man, we're gonna have to eventually give it back, you know, and you're gonna be held accountable for it. We do.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you called me. I couldn't. I had to get to the phone. But
Nah, I was thinking what time we shut down.
uh, 4:45 our
About three.
time. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, so probably about 40 minutes.
40 minutes. Okay. All right.
About 40 minutes. Yep.
All right. We got relearning. What's going on, sis?
Hello, shalom. I just have a question about
You have a question about what?
tabernacles.
Tabernacles. Your first one.
Yes,
All right. What you got?
I just want to know how to celebrate.
Are you congregating?
Not at the moment.
Okay. How long you known about the truth?
Uh, well, I've heard about it for like 3 years, but I've got called to it a couple months ago.
Okay. Have you tried emailing one of the schools and try to see if
Oh
you can?
no, I no. What I mean is, I've just been following the commandments and just doing my best. But I have
It's kind of hard to hear her. I don't.
Yeah, I thought it was me. Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, is this better?
Okay. Say it again.
Okay, so I've been to congregation 3 times. Um but right now I have a situation, so I can't come back until that one's handled. So I just don't know how to celebrate the holidays the holy days that are coming up. And so that's why I always come jump on here and ask.
Okay. Sis, when I'm assuming that you got separated from the body. Did they give you a POC at your school? We're gonna answer your question, but I'm just asking because
No,
you.
no. I was asking for that ever since I went there, um, just because of the situation that I have.
Okay, and you was told to stop coming from the school by the leadership, or y'all just stopped coming?
Yes, I was told that that needed to be handled first because
Okay.
it's a confusion.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, just make sure they get handled. But as far as tabernacles, all the laws that will apply, if even if you were congregating with us, still apply. You know, the difference is you're unable to congregate because of whatever reason that got to get fixed with y'all. But We'll go ahead and read that Leviticus chapter 23. Damn.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just opened one of my coolers and it's just water sitting in it. But all right, yep. Leviticus 23. You
And
start with one. Huh?
I'm here if you need help, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you can just explain tabernacles to her. That'd be cool.
Rob, you had something? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
You
I was
sound
I
like you
was
was
seeing if
busy.
you was there or not. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Read what you call.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23, and verse 33. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, The 15th day of the seventh month shall be the feast of tabernacles, for 7 days unto the Lord. On the first day shall be a holy convocation.
So it's 7 days that we're keeping this feast, and then the first day is a holy convocation. You know what a holy convocation is, right? We learn. Just verifying.
No.
Okay. All right. So holy convocation. Convocation is a large formal gathering or assembly of believers. So just like the 7 day Sabbath, that's something that you can use as an example. How there's no buying, no selling, no working. Now you can't cook on the Sabbath, but on the other feast days, like the Feast of Tabernacles, we can cook. Hold that. Let me just prove that real quick. Go to Tobit. Is it chapter 2? I think it's like verse 1. You should know what I'm
Yes,
looking
sir.
for, sir.
The book of Tobit, chapter 2, and verse 1. Now when I was come home again, and my wife Anna was restored unto me with my son Tobias, in the feast of Pentecost, which is the holy feast of the 7 weeks, there was a good dinner prepared me,
So it's
in the
this is
which
a hold on. This. I want you to pay attention. It says it's a feast that they're in, and what was prepared?
there was a good dinner prepared me.
So there was a dinner being prepared during this feast. Now these were law-abiding Israelites. They weren't just going off and doing their own thing here. In this example, what we're reading, yes, Israelites did do that, but here that's not the case. And they were preparing that meal. So outside of the seventh day Sabbath, when you have your um, day of a not, or you can even cook then, but a memorial blowing the trumpets, your new moons, your feast of tabernacles, your Pentecost, those you can cook on. The seventh day Sabbath, however, you're not allowed to cook. Everything else still applies to this feast day. That's a holy convocation on that first day. That for us at this time will be this Sunday night. So let's go back to Leviticus 23.
Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 35. On the first day shall be a holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
So that's the proof, even to prove it even further. Just like the 7 day Sabbath, how we're to do no servile work, it's the same thing on this uh, holy convocation on the first day. Keep reading.
7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the
So
Lord.
so we're not doing that part, and you know why, right? We learn
Yes.
because
Sacrificing the animals.
what about sacrificing? That's what we just read, but why don't we do it?
But we don't have to sacrifice the animals, right?
You asking me?
Well, that's what I thought it was. So I guess I don't know.
Okay, all right. Go
She
ahead.
knew. She knew. She only
Okay,
congregated like 3 times.
okay, yeah, yes, sir. All right. So, man, I kind of feel like we got to take a detour for a second. So, okay. So, animal sacrifice is done away. I'm trying to figure if I should finish. Let's finish this first, and then we'll come back to animal sacrifice because that's going to be, yeah. So, we don't do that part because Christ died. Keep reading.
7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the
Mhm.
Lord. On the eighth day shall be a holy convocation unto you.
Right. So that first day is a Sabbath, and that last day is a Sabbath. Everything in between are just, I mean, we will be in the feast, but they're basically regular days, right? You can work if you need to. You know, some of us that's going to be the case. Correct, Felicia. You can't. No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. You can cook Sunday. That's why we went to Tobit. When you read in Tobit chapter 2, there's other examples of various feast days in which, like the new moons, where we can cook. You can cook Sunday night. You can cook Sunday night. Every other ordinance of the Sabbath, however, not ordinance, every other statute of the Sabbath, you have to keep. So the no working, the no buying and selling, all those still apply. The congregating, those still apply for that day. The only thing that you're allowed to do is cook. You understand? You can put the response in the chat. I want to make sure you're following, Felicia. Okay. All praises. All praises. Did we finish that?
No, sir, it's a little bit more.
Go ahead.
And ye shall offer an offer made by fire unto the Lord. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein.
Right. So it's a solemn assembly, right? So we're supposed to gather, just like I said, every other statute of the 7 day Sabbath, you'll do that. You're allowed to cook. Let's see, clear it up one more time. All right. Nehemiah chapter 8. Let me look at it. Mm, nope, that's not what I want. That's
You
not
want
what I want. Huh?
you want verse 13?
Let me hear it.
No, verse 10, it
Ver-
tells you that well, read verse 1 in Nehemiah. You good, you right there, Nehemiah 8.
Oh, I was?
Start of
Okay.
verse
All
1.
right. Yes, sir.
The book of Nehemiah, chapter 8, verse 1. And all the people gathered themselves together as one man into the street that was before the water gate. And they spake unto Ezra and the scribe to bring the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord hath commanded to Israel. And
Continue to read.
Ezra
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir. Keep going.
and Ezra the priest brought the law before the congregation, both of men and women, and all that could hear with understanding, upon the first day of the seventh month.
So that seventh month,
And he
remember what we read in.
read
Hold on,
therein
slow down.
before the street.
Is it me? Is my connection bad?
No, I think he might be lagging on his end, so he's not getting when we
Oh,
tell
okay.
him to stop and stuff.
Okay. So that just like how we read in Leviticus 20:23, right? That seventh month, that's what we're reading here. That same seventh month. Now, it says this is the first day of the seventh month. What would that be? Let me make sure everybody's following. We just did this. So hopefully y'all are.
Gathering.
But what gathering? What feast day would this be? The first day of the seventh
Comp,
month.
I can't say it right. Complication or something.
Yeah, but which convocation? We just
The first day.
okay. The first day of the seventh month is what feast?
Um,
Y'all can put it in the chat.
Pentecost.
No, not Pentecost.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not Day of Atonement. The first the
Oh, new
first
moon.
day.
They said.
I'm not going to accept that either. It, it's not Tabernacle. Nope. The first day, Passover. Okay, I see. I see. This is something we really
Oh,
did have to discuss.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay, somebody got it. The memorial of the blowing of trumpets. The memorial. Remember, the first day. Some of y'all are technically correct, right? That first day of the month is the new moon, right? But the first day of the seventh month is the memorial of blowing the trumpets. We just came out of it. We just did that, right? And for the sake of time, y'all can read that in Leviticus 23, 24. It's up there, right? All right. So we see we're still in the seventh month. Jump to verse, I think 13, or like you said earlier. Yeah, I think that's one more.
Verse 10, jump to verse 10
Oh,
real
verse
quick.
10 first. Oh, yes, sir.
Mhm.
Verse 10. Then said then said unto them, Go your way, eat the fat, drink the sweet,
Ah, okay. Go ahead.
and send portions unto them for whom nothing is prepared. For this day is holy unto our Lord. Neither be ye sorry, for the joy of the Lord is your strength.
You know, Sean, I've never used this verse for that. I never, I've gone to Samuel, I've gone to Tobit. I never used Nehemiah 8 and 10. But okay, so now this is going right back to what we were stating earlier about the cooking. Correct, show enough. Make sure I'm picking up what you're putting
Yes,
down.
sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. So at the top where it says "Go your way, eat the fat, and drink," and y'all got to remember too, like the way that things operated back then is not how it is now. Like a lot of, if they're going to prepare a meal, like they're slaughtering an animal. Like for us, we got freezers and fridges, and you can buy a portion of the cow at your Walmart. Like this whole preparation of the meal that they're doing, this it's a process. It's not as simple as some of you may be thinking. So when we're talking about them preparing a meal and eating, it, they're cooking that meat. You understand? Like they're cooking this meat. So what we're reading here in this feast day, they're eating the fat. It says drink the sweet. For this feast day, the joy of the Lord is our strength. Now jump down to verse 13.
Verse 13.
Mhm.
And on the second day were gathered together the chief of the fathers of all the people, the priests, and the Levites, unto Ezra the scribe, even to understand the words of the law. And they found written in the law, which the Lord had commanded by Moses,
Mhm.
that the children of Israel should dwell in booths in the feast of the seventh month.
So this is the feast of tabernacles that we're reading about now, right? And it says that they're to dwell in booths. So I'm not going to ask a question because I'm going to assume that this information is not known. If you look up a booth, like the definition or the meaning, it's a what we know today as a tent, right? Do we have anything to clean his cut? He got a cut on his knee. That's why I told him to get you, right? It says that we're to dwell in booths. So for the length of this feast, you should be dwelling in booths. Now, keep reading because I went to Nehemiah for a specific reason. Some of us, we don't have the best accommodations for us to have a tent outside, right? Some of you may even just live in an apartment building that's stacked one on top of another, like in New Jersey or New York, or they might have some of those in Florida. I haven't been in any, but keep reading.
Verse 15. And that they should publish and proclaim in all their cities and in Jerusalem, saying, Go forth unto the mount, and fetch olive branches, and pine branches, and myrtle branches, and palm branches, and branches of thick trees, to make booths, as it is written.
Remember, they're reading it out of the law of Moses, which we skipped it a bit, right? We jumped around, but that Feast of Tabernacles, we're supposed to be gathering the thick trees. You're making a tent that's gonna stand up for 7 days, right? So now you go to Walmart, all of that's already ready made. Some of y'all get pop-up tents. I'm a fan now of the pop-up tents, y'all. But for those of you that have been to tabernacles, or you might have those fancier tents, you got to put up all the individual poles and you got to tie a rope together to keep it stable. That would go back more into what they were doing back then. But they were gathering these boughs together to make those booths or those tents for them to dwell in. Keep reading.
So the people went forth and brought them, and made themselves booths, every one upon the roof of his house,
Hmm.
and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of God, and in the streets of the water gate, and in the streets of the gate of Ephraim, in all the congregation of them that were come again out of the captivity made booths.
So that's why I wanted you to read it all the way through into that point. Like you got to look at the estate that they're in. They're taking every opportunity, every space that they can to put those booths up. They was on the roof, they was in the court, they was everywhere, putting their booths up because they were going to keep the feast as it was written. Oh, they learned, they saw out of the law of Moses. Oh, we got to be doing this. Well, shoot, we gonna do it. Those of you that are in those apartments, those of you that you may not have a front yard, a backyard, maybe to put your tent up, you might have to do it right inside your apartment. Some of you may not have a tent. You're gonna have to make a makeshift one. But the point is that the same way how our forefathers and foremothers did exactly what they could within their power to keep this feast after they learned, it's the same thing that we have to do. Do your very best. My first feast of tabernacles, I couldn't go to the wilderness. I couldn't go camping. My very first one in the truth, like when I actually started keeping God's laws and congregating, I had to do it at the house. You got to do what you got to do. There was one sister, what was her name? I think it was Judith. She had a little tent she had to put on her bed. She got a tent from the store. There's a little small tent, and she put it together on her bed, if I remember correctly. And she kept the feast 7 days in her apartment with the tent on the bed. I mean, however you got to do it, do it. Finish it out.
and sat under the booths. For since the days of Jeshua, the son of Nun, unto the day that had, excuse me, unto that day had not the children of Israel done so.
You see that? So y'all see what's going on here? Much like some of you from the time that you were born, you've never kept the Feast of Tabernacles. But once the children of Israel learned, they came back to this information. They said, "Now we doing this. I don't care where we going on the roof." Now, for those of you that are in those hoods and those neighborhoods that y'all are in the stacked up buildings, don't go to the roof and put your tent up there. I think you could get arrested for that. Some of those emergency exits, I think an alarm will go off if you open those doors. Don't use wisdom, y'all. But the point is, do your very best to keep the law. So, sis, I want to make sure you're following. It's to be the first day and the last day are to be treated as Sabbaths. You can cook on those days, but everything else pertaining to the Sabbath, you must operate like that. No buying, no selling, no working. Right? I saw them
That's
ask.
just for the first and the last, or is that
That's just
for
for
a
the
week?
first. That's just for the first and the last day.
Okay.
The first and the last day. So it starts the 21st, Sunday night, and then it ends next Sunday night. Yeah, next Sunday night. So, and then throughout the in between of that first and last day, you have to dwell in booths. Now, again, yeah, if you that doesn't mean you just stay in the booth all day. Like y'all, when we out, those of you that are gonna be out in the campgrounds, things of that nature, you'll see we're gonna be gathering, having a good time, things of that nature. But that when it's time to lay yourself down and get in that booth and get in that tent. I don't want to make it more complicated than this. I think it's clear enough of an explanation. You got to relearn.
Yes, thank you, Uzziah, sir.
Okay, I'll pray. If you have questions, ask it. I just don't want to go. I mean, there's other scriptures, but we're going to be repetitive. So, all right, all praises. So now, we don't have anybody else up here. We'll deal with the.
Hey, did you tell her about the blood sacrifice we had to do? Or
That's exactly what I'm about to go into.
okay.
You have a firstborn child. Relearn.
Nah, I know y'all joking.
So we read earlier Leviticus 23. Go back to that, Jacob.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23, and verse 33. And, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, The 15th day of the seventh month shall be the feast of tabernacles, for
Mhm.
7 days unto the Lord. On the first day shall be a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work therein. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord.
So now it says that we're to offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. This is what we did on the Sabbaths, the new moons, right? As a matter of fact, while I'm going into this, we got a little bit of time. Maybe there's some Christians in the room. Can we get Colossians 2:16 real quick? Let's deal with that. And then and while we educate the sister on why we're not doing this part of the feast. So we were to bring those sacrifices on the feast of tabernacles. Colossians 2:16. Go start at 14.
The book of Colossians, chapter 2, and verse 14. Blotting out the handwriting of the ordinance that was against us,
Hmm.
which was contrary to us. and took it out of the way, nailing it to his cross.
So this question I'm going to ask you: who died on the cross for us? Relearn.
I'm sorry. Someone was talking to me and like really
Uh,
messing with my spirit, so I did not hear what was.
you, uh, are you able to pay attention, or you got something going on? I just want to make sure. I'm just going to keep going because we're going to run out of time. But I just need to know if you
Yes,
focus.
I'm able to.
Okay. All right. We read in Leviticus 23 that there's an offering made by fire that we're supposed to make for the Feast of Tabernacles. We're here now in Colossians 2 and verse 14, where it says the order. Read it one more time, verse 14.
Blotting out the handwriting of ordinance that was against us,
Mm.
which was contrary to us, and took it out of the way, nailing it to the cross, to his
So
cross.
I asked who died on the cross for us.
Christ did.
Okay. All right. You know that much. All right. Cool. Christ died. Christ died for us, and it says that He took it out of the way. What are those ordinances that He took away? Hebrews 9. Hebrews 9. Start at verse 9. The ordinances that Christ took away in His death.
The blood sacrifice?
Oh, yeah, you don't. I don't like how you said it this time. Show them. Nah, we. Okay, it was a joke. We the children of Israel, when they did
I
child
know. I
sacrifice,
was
they said,
talking about
all
the
right,
lamb.
okay, all right. You said blood sacrifice, so it's just I want to make sure we clear. Sometimes we'll make a joke and it'll go left. So when they did that, it was an idolatry. But what we're talking about is the animal sacrifice. You're correct. Hebrews 9 and 9.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 9, and verse 9,
Hmm.
which was a figure for the time then present, in which were offered both gifts and sacrifices
Hmm.
that could not make him that did the service perfect, as pertaining to the conscience.
Right, because even outside of those feasts, there was offerings that we would or sacrifices that we would offer up for our sin to make atonement. But it said it wouldn't make those that were doing them perfect pertaining to the conscience. Why? Because we would do those sins, we would do those, to commit those acts, and then just offer up any and every sacrifice. We weren't even doing the lamb without blemish. They was offering all kinds of lame animals, things of that nature. So the whole thing top down was just being done wrong. And the mindset behind it wasn't fixing our spirit. It wasn't fixing our minds or our hearts, as the scriptures say. It wasn't making us perfect. It was a figure for the time then present. We used animal sacrifice at that time to gain atonement or forgiveness for our sins, and we also offered them up during those during those feast days. We had peace offerings, free will offerings. There's a bunch of different offerings and sacrifices that we made. All of those ordinances Christ took away in his death on the cross. Keep reading. It's going to say the term that we're looking for.
Which stood only in meats, in drinks, in divers washing, in carnal ordinances,
Hmm.
imposed on them until the time of reformation,
So those carnal ordinances are what? Those animal sacrifices, the meat and the drink offerings, the diverse washings. Those things were imposed on the children of Israel until the time of Reformation, until Christ died. Read.
verse 11. But Christ being come and high priest of good things to come, by a greater and more perfect tabernacles, not made with the hands, that is to say, not of this building,
Hmm.
neither by the blood of goats and calves, but by his own blood he entered in once into the holy place, having obtained eternal redemption for us.
So that was that preliminary question I asked you. Well, who died on the cross for us? We're reading it here was Christ, and in him doing it, he gave us a better way to gain atonement or gain access into the kingdom through us fixing our spirits rather than just offering up any type of lamb or ram or goat or anything like that. Now we're focused more on fixing the inner man, fixing the conscience. So go back. We start with those carnal ordinance, those ordinances that were against us. Verse 15 in Colossians.
It's the book of Colossians, chapter.
2 and verse 15.
Gotcha. So,
Mhm.
The book of Colossians, chapter 2, verse 15. And having spoiled principalities and powers, he made a show of them openly, triumphing over them in it. Excuse me, triumphing over them in it.
Right. How did he do that? His resurrection from the death. Christ died on the cross for us, and he resurrected afterwards. Now there was Pharisees, there was yes, the Pharisees that it was the Pharisees Sadducees. I confused the two. That didn't believe in the resurrection. It says that he triumphed over it in that act that he did for us as a nation. Keep reading.
Verse 16. Let no man thereof judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of of a holy day or of the new moon or of the Sabbath days.
So with that being said, with this understanding that we have that Christ came and died and him and nailing to the cross those ordinances, those carnal ordinances, the animal sacrifice, knowing that let no man judge you in meat or drink in respect of an holy day, because that's how they respected or they are honored or regarded. In another scripture it talks about that, how they regarded a day, they regarded it an animal sacrifice. They regarded it in those offerings. In that, no man could judge you. There were those of the northern tribes of Israel, the northern kingdom of Israel, that are coming into this understanding. They're coming into the truth of Christ. You have the ability to keep these feasts. You have the ability to repent, and you have no need to worry about not doing those sacrifices that you weren't doing anyway. Just come and serve the Lord. Come and start keeping the commandments. Come and start reforming and conforming your spirit to the word of God. Don't let any man judge you. Those of the southern kingdom would give him a hard time because, like you read in what we read in Leviticus 23, you read in a bunch of places, Ezekiel 45 and 17, during those feasts, those high days, we would offer sacrifices. So short and sweet, I'm not gonna go no other place. This is why we don't do that part of Leviticus 23. You understand? Relearn.
Yes.
You sure?
Yes, it's clear now. Thank you.
All praise. All praise. All right.
You said it's clear.
You said what?
You said it's clear. Relearn.
Yes, and
All right. Well, I'm gonna
like
ask
I
you
said,
then.
anything, I'm just gonna go back to Leviticus and Colossians. And I also just bought a book, and it came with a precept book. So I'm gonna look through that and see if I can find
You said,
anything that can help in there.
you said it came with a precept book.
Yes.
Where you buy that from? Original Royalty.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm gonna ask you again. You said it was clear as far as the. Well, I'm sure that it's clear as
Well,
far as
you
the
know,
tabernacle. So
wait,
if it's clear, just run it back to me.
the
What you got to do then now for tabernacles? Is she breaking up or is it me?
Yeah, she's breaking up.
Okay.
what and
I heard Waffle House just now.
I did also hear Waffle House. Hey, I'm making some Biscoff waffles at Tabernacles.
What? I
Yeah.
don't know. I might. You ain't too far. I might have to drive over
Hey,
there. Oh, look, Gabriel coming up. Hey,
Yeah,
shalom.
I heard Biscoff waffles, bro. Hard back in me. I'm still repenting. Has been summoned.
man, we're gonna get it in at Tabernacles, bro. You know. So we wake up, we work out real hard. I'm getting sister a chance to get a good connection. We wake up, I run all the brothers ragged. You know, we get up, we run for like miles. Then we do this circuit training thing, everybody be about dead. They can justify you eating a little bad that day. So
Bro,
we're gonna have
text
to
me where you gonna be at, bro. Where you gonna be at? Uh,
uh, I'll be up in North Alabama.
damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still gonna be running where I'm at though, so it is what it is. You still gotta work out just
Oh,
about
I'm
damn.
still gonna be tagging you, bro. Every day.
Hey, do what you gotta do, bro. You know,
Yeah,
it's the
man.
motivation of the Lord right there.
Oh,
Hey, I
praise.
woke up that one morning and said, Am I sneezing for a reason? Why's my neck itching? Somebody ain't tagged me yet. Man, what's going on?
Oh, praise man. Yes, sir. So relearn. I'm not sure if you got good connection now. Your connection a little better?
I believe so. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you now. So give us a rundown what you got to do for tabernacles.
Okay, so the first day and the last day, you have to treat it like the Sabbath.
Right.
You can't, well, I don't know, because then he said that you can cook on that day. So no. Um,
Right. Remember, he
uh,
said that's the only difference. The only difference for the feast days as opposed to our regular 7 day Sabbath is that you can cook on those days, but you still can't buy, you can't sell, you
so
can't work, you know. We're
everything
supposed to
else.
congregate, right? Everything else, except for the cooking, you can cook on that day.
And you congregate on that first day together, right? As a
On
whole.
both on both days, we're
Oh,
supposed to
okay.
congregate together. But I know your situation. Everything else you still have to apply, right?
Okay.
Now, how long you got to sleep in that tent?
For 7 days.
There you go. But how long is the Feast of Tabernacles?
From
Mm.
the 21st until next Sunday.
Sunday at sundown, which will be how many days? So Sunday sundown until Sunday sundown is how many days?
Oh, is that 8 days?
That is 8 days.
Oh wow. Okay.
There you go. So the feast of the Feast of Tabernacles is 8 days long. The first 7 days you're required to sleep in a tent. You understand?
Yes.
So the first 7 days is required. You can sleep in there the eighth day if you would like, but at least the first 7 days that's a requirement by law that we sleep in the tents. All right. So good. You can cook. You just can't buy, sell, work. You know, we're supposed to congregate, but I know your situation. Right. The first and the last day are Sabbaths. In the first 7 days, you're supposed to sleep in tents. Now, what about that blood sacrifice for your firstborn?
Okay. So you don't have to make that sacrifice because
Okay.
Christ was the sacrifice. Okay.
All praises.
But
Oh,
didn't I think someone I think God told it was in the Old Testament. God told he wanted to see if somebody would I forget who it was, but he wanted to see if he would actually sacrifice his son. Who
mm-hmm.
was that? Can you tell me who that was?
Yep. Did you hear me?
You cut
No,
out.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was Abraham.
Abraham. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't. There was only one person you can read about that actually. I'm not going into that. Never mind. So yes, he was the one. Yep, it was Abraham, but he didn't because the Lord provided a sacrifice. You know, a little lamb caught in the thicket. So we don't have to sacrifice today because Jesus Christ is the ultimate sacrifice. We don't have to offer up lambs and goats or anything like that anymore. You understand, my sister? Relearn.
Yes. Can you work during the other days?
Yes, ma'am. The days in between, those 5 days in between, you whatever you need to do on those days, you can. If you need to buy on those days, you need to sell. If you need to work, you could do all those things in between there. Usually, that's when we do most of our activities. Like fishing. Sometimes we do like little activities out there, little tug of war, maybe like bow and arrow practice shooting. All those type of activities, you do those in the days in between the Sabbaths. You know.
That's awesome.
Yes, ma'am. Yep, yep, yep. So yeah, yeah. The days in between, you can do what you like, as long as it ain't no sin.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, all praises. You got any other quick questions before we close it out here?
No, not at this time.
Okay, all praises. Yep. Well, follow the room. I would suggest that you get back in contact with your school that you came from about that POC. This would be very important for you to get in contact with them. So you got some type of continuous line of communications
I
of what's
don't think
going on.
I'm allowed to have one, right? Until I'm back in there.
No, whenever we separate somebody, we get them a POC while they're out. So just give them a call.
Okay.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Well, it's that time. Hey, today was a good day on Biblical Smoking UGL. Got my tabernacle stuff together. I'm just cleaning out these little coolers now. It was a good day, man. We're gonna get out there early Sunday. Lord, one of y'all brothers and sisters been preparing yourself as well to keep the Lord's feast. You know, don't be like the Christians and not keep the Lord's commandments. It's the feast that the Lord gave us. You know, so we can remember when the Lord brought us out of Egypt, how he made us to dwell in tents. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and read that. Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9.
The book of Matthew, chapter 6, and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
All praise to Matthew 26.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26, in verse 6. Now when Jesus was in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of precious ointments, and poured it upon his head as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, To what purpose is this waste? For this ointment might have been sold for much and given to the poor. When Jesus understood it, he said unto them, Why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this, that this woman hath done, be told for a memorial of her.
All praise. So we command when the truth of this gospel come out, we give reverence to this woman, did a great work for Christ. You know, shout out to all the moderators that came in here today. The mighty A1, all the captains, King, Uzziah, Gabriel, who came in and dipped, Firevite, Raphael, all the brothers who came in and held it down today. Shout out to them. Also to the readers and our scribes. We appreciate all of y'all. Make sure y'all follow the room, follow the moderators. That way you get notification whenever we open up. Y'all heard A1 earlier. We're gonna get the schedule together. We're gonna keep it going through tabernacling. All right. So y'all be on standby. Y'all look out for biblical smoke. Look out for UGL. You know, we're gonna be folding while we are also keeping the Feast of Tabernacles. What
Come
better
on.
time? What better time to fold someone when we sitting around a campfire? You know, biblical smoke gonna be crazy this
It's
week,
gonna be
man. You know, we're gonna be
wild.
sitting around with all oh man, no, biblical smoke gonna be crazy this week. I'm telling you. It's gonna be all of us just sitting out there. You know, officers and captains and so forth. You may not normally hear on here. We all gonna be together. So, you know, good luck for doctrines. It's gonna be a real bad night for any doctrines. You know, but yeah, man, yeah. Y'all be on the lookout for that. Lord willing, y'all have a good Feast of Tabernacles. You know, if you're unable to do it this year, you know, continue to build up your spirit. Lord willing, next year you be able to be with the rest of the congregation. All right, but still keep it like the scriptures say. Do everything to the best of your ability. If you're in an apartment, set up a booth inside of there. If you got a house, go in the backyard. Do whatever you got to do to be able to keep that feast. You know what I mean? But all right, y'all. You got anything for you, Zah?
Nah, you said it all, man. All praises. Happy Sabbath.
Yes, sir. All praise to the Father. Sabbath day is upon us. Most High in Christ bless y'all, Lord willing. You know, we'll be talking to y'all soon. All right. We're gonna say shalom and we are out.